some, it may be the legacy of fame or the luxury of fortune. But for many, if not most artists, I think they create because they have to. In the absence of creative endeavors, some broken part of their subconscious wells up and presses against other functions of the mind, disrupting them. This quickly becomes a curse as the desperate rattle of a painting or novel or album drowns out all other thoughts. Days or weeks are lost while plumbing the depths and branching ideas of possibilities. The torturous frustration as the clumsy body fails to recreate into reality the immaculate vision of the mind. But the highs, oh those highs, when art flows and you are a conduit for lightning, when knowledge, skills, and training finally align into a perfect focus, turning random, diffuse light into a hot, fast laser beam. This is the feeling of immortality, the feeling that seems to justify this brief, fragile existence. So open that release valve, just a little bit, and let the demons play for a while.
Good morning, everyone. How are we doing today? Good morning to Zephyr, to Tangent. I would say to Flo, but Flo kind of like broke a door and then left. Good morning, Des. Good morning, Partridge, Zephyr. Good morning, Ruru. The door, not a window that goes down to the floor. I feel like a window is designed to let you see through, and most doors are designed to not let you see through. I said most. You're not allowed to use the exception to, like, act like that's the standard. And our windows that are blocked. Yeah, when you block a window, that's to stop the functionality of a window. Like, a glass door still functions as a door. If you're blocking a window, you are doing so to stop the functionality of the window. Wait. Morning, Ruru. Thank you for the bites. Yeah, we're... oh, heck. We're gonna be continuing work on these. Including some mistakes I made. Well, one big mistake. Also, I'll take this. Just bump this over a bit and then color in the rest of that tail. Because there's no reason for that to be, for me to have done that. But I also noticed a mistake on this one. Hello. I still can't do it. Someday I will be able to. That day is not today. You be strong. You contemplate if you should nap while listening to stream or not. That is up to you. If you do so, I hope you enjoy the nap. If you choose not to, I hope that you just enjoy your time here. It looks like a lot getting changed. I misspelt the word behind. I misspelt the word behind them. There's supposed to be a U. You didn't notice, neither did I at the time. Hey, Genie problem.
Oh no!
And Laser Kitty, thank you for the 31 heckin' months of subscription. Yeah, yesterday wasn't my best day, admittedly, so I'm not surprised I made some mistakes. But there's no reason not to fix them now. Morning, Sigil. I guess afternoon for you. Yeah, fixed sigils. I've fixed espressos. I think those are the only ones that had major issues with them. Was there something wrong on yours? Um, it was basically I had it over here where the tail was cut off, and there was no reason for me to do that. So I just pulled it out and finished up the tail. Hey, Changelini. Is Pawbot made of nanites? Nah. Pawbot's just a robot. Hi, Mal. Is what a squirrel? This is a skunk right now. Alright, rest well, Ruru. Hope you enjoy your nap. This is the actual original image of Pawbot. Done by Nevermore Fox. This is Pawbot doesn't get drawn very often. This is back from like 2020. Let's see. I've not drawn Pawbot too often. I drew Pawbot here once. I've drawn Pawbot here once. You barely missed the ref sheet? Yeah, this is the ref sheet. I know there's at least one other one. And here. I think this is the last one I've drawn of Pawbot. Alright. See you, Mal. I'm gonna take this one and just make this Pawbot's icon on Twitch. Good morning, Espresso. Espresso, I fixed your I fixed the thing. The word squeak is now spelt properly. Though the lines on that U are too thick. Hold on. That's better. Yeah, I looked at it later. I was like, oh no, I spelled that wrong. There's supposed to be a U in there. Tell you what, Vix. Since you gotta put yours together, I'll just send you yours now. I don't normally do this, but... Yeah, but I kind of want to see it I kind of want to see it all put together. It's been a while since I've done a proper sequence. There we go. I have misbehaved. Gremlin. Sometimes. Oh no, I guess technically all the time. Oh no. How is Runri going to bite me if Runri is sleeping? Ah, heck. I forgot to mute. Oh no, I've been muted for a while. I've been chatting, and I've been muted. Probably ever since I sneezed. Hecking. Heck. As I said, no TF viruses here. I want to give the skunk the snake bites, as Slow called them. Yeah, let's give them the little snake bites. What was I chatting about? I don't remember all of it. I remember commenting on it's nice to actually get to give one of my characters the corset rather than just a design that I've drawn like twice and probably won't draw again. Am I allowed to show it on stream? I wonder if it would actually, for the sake of movement, look better if I got rid of this one. No, I don't think so. Corsets are very, very cute and a nice aesthetic. It was one of the first gender-affirming things I ended up getting. But I was really nervous about it. Get the whole sequence here. Also good, you erased the names except for the last one. If I remember right, Skunk had a skirt. Never finished the skunk, but yeah, Skunk has a skirt. Hey, Ness. The way drawing scripts makes a lot of sense. It's pretty is a simplified way of doing it. It's how I draw curtains as well. Just you can either do it this way. So for like kind of an under angle. Or if it's a bit of a higher angle, you do it this way. And yeah, go for it. I stole the technique from someone else. Another way with some skirts is to just kind of go, like depending on the type of skirt, you can sometimes get away with just doing this. The style that I have over here, though, is typically best used for frilly ones. Sometimes I'll have straight hems that won't have as much vertical lines. But scene fashion tended to have a lot of ones that had rather frilly ends. So I figured that would work for this. Technically, this should be like more condensed. Actually, let's see if I can make it more condensed. Add a bit more at the ends. Yeah, no, I don't like that one as much. We're gonna stick with the relatively simple skirt for now. If I want to go more detail, then I have to focus on making it actually look right. Oh, no, the legs, doesn't show it here. We have too much fun with the skunk character. Maybe. There's no such thing as too much fun. Tell that to my hands after I've played Monster Hunter for too long. I raised a good point on that one specific point. Also, I'm glad I remembered to add in the nanite effects this time. It's very easy for me to forget that. Also, Vix. Doing that sequence really reminded me of back in the day when I used to do Patreon sequences or Patreon images, and people would save up a couple of them to get them over a few months, or just save up a few months to get a sequence all at once. And it just, I don't know, it reminded me of that. Hi, sis. Also, yes, I am so excited for you, sis. I may perhaps be stimming a bit. You can't prove anything. Unlike Twitch, I don't automatically turn on my camera.
Actually, there's a valuable lesson in there. And the lesson's one that took me a long time to learn as a maker, which is like the table saw behind me. I used to think that using a table saw was turning it on and feeding a piece of wood into it. I now know that there's so much more to it than that. In fact, the execution of the tool, the using it for its intended purpose, is the smallest part of the equation. Everything else is setting your fence, setting your marks, making sure you're safe, making sure the cut's going to be clean, making sure you've got the right blade, making sure the power is in the right place and you've got enough light, etc., etc., etc. There's so much around setting up to make the cut.
You do have my skunk
The
looks?
cut is
Thank you,
actually
sis.
the least important part of the equation. That took me, I felt like a real mature maker when I finally understood that central fact.
Hello, Renard. Now you can apply to any station, absolutely zero paper. Ooh, I missed that message. Good. I think I might just be caught in like a stimming loop. Yeah, let me add in the have it kind of split partway down them. Just solid line. Now I'm doing well. I'm stimming a bunch, so I might be anxious about something. I'm not sure what though. Get to, have to draw the tail. But before we get there, we get to draw a sister. And Zafri, welcome back. There's something wrong with the eyes. I messed up the eyes somehow. The eyes need to be just like open a bit wider. It's calling me now. Spam. Mouse. Why? Why you? Are you being so difficult? Good morning, Watcher Dragon. How you doing today? Sauce for doing your best. I hope you get some chance to rest. Alright. Drawing a skunkster. Good afternoon, Navy. Hey, Daku. How's it going? You to look more excited. Why? Why? Why, brain? Why won't you work for me? You curious if I changed this, but for the any price, did I change it so you can't get a previous piece colored? You can get a previous piece colored. He hasn't posted yet. Can you refer? Yes. That is fine. That the voices of the boy. Yes. I'm not very good at voice impressions, but I'm gonna say yes. You don't really know anything about the game? Voices of... Wait, is that actual... I didn't know that was a game. What's the face angle? I'm struggling with it. I'm struggling with this one for some reason. I don't know why. Navy, thank you for the support. And thank you for following Fluffy Jack. To log into... Alright, if you didn't log in, then let me double check a thing. No, no, you're fine. You're fine. I just need to check to make sure it was tracking the same email. It was. I checked. Yeah, she would have thrown up a flag in chat if it wasn't, come to think of it. I said you were fine.
chasing, I'm climbing, I'm searching, I'm falling. It's worth every second for you. I'm chasing, I'm climbing, I'm searching, I'm falling. It's worth every second for you. I'm chasing, I'm climbing, I'm searching, I'm falling. It's worth every second for you.
He says. How are you? And congrats on the thing. Yeah. Yeah. Why are you silent? You shouldn't be silent. Oh. There it goes.
Hello?
OBS occasionally loses track of application-specific sounds.
Oh god, I get that. The pupper speaks. I would bark, but unfortunately, even with Crisp turned off, Discord censors me. Instead, I'm inadvertently barking on Ghost's stream, which I hope you know Ghost heard it and then immediately said, "Is that slow barking?"
Hey, how are you barking on Ghost Stream?
It's the guest chat for
guest
Stims.
chat.
If Ghost didn't get that, I was going to be surprised, because Ghost is always hiding in my stream. And I think I'm relatively consistent with my bark.
I mean, it's consistent enough someone thought you were using a soundboard.
Pretty much.
Face is finally coming together.
I'm so sorry, my face was tricky.
I don't know why. I think it's just one of those cases where I forgot how to draw for too long.
Oh, that reminds
Also
me,
didn't... I'm sure... Sorry, go ahead.
What were you saying?
I was just gonna say, I'm sure the other stuff happening didn't help.
Yeah. I'm sorry it's been so much.
It is what it is.
I need to tell Diane I found something atrocious.
Huh?
So that really low quality PS Vita Phineas and Ferb game,
Yeah.
I found the PSP version of it.
Oh, okay.
It's gotta be infinitely worse, and needless to say, I want to stream it.
Oh, fair.
Ghost has a high rate of nailing my submissions immediately because I'm pretty open and honest with what I'm like.
Ghost has, nailed most of mine as well.
I feel like you're also pretty open about who you are and how you are.
It was kind of funny with the shoes one. Because, Ghost called my shoes dad shoes. And then was surprised that they were mine until Nymphy pointed out that they had paw prints on the bottom of them. And then Ghost was like, oh, no, that tracks.
Oh my god.
That makes more sense now.
No, that's fair.
I like my shoes that have paw prints on them that I could never afford nowadays.
Same. I would love to have cute shoes like that, but when I gotta wait till I have a job too, I need custom shoes because my feet are different sizes.
Fair.
Just like my legs.
Hey, Diane. I think my favorite, like, I'm still very attached to when Ghost is just like, it was during a guest chat that Ghost initially decided that I first heard Ghost call me the Queen of Comfy. That still just makes me happy. But it was, I think my favorite moment of the guest chat, or my favorite of Ghost guessing it correctly, has to be the desk area, the computer areas.
Fair.
That made me so happy.
No, that's fair. Some of the things that Ghost says that are like introspective about people, just it feels nice.
It was nice to hear Ghost's justification be, that looks like someone that's locked in. I'm thinking that's Rhea. Rhea seems like someone that would be locked in.
I love the wording, locked in.
Uh-huh. Which is amusing considering I'm very in and out due to ADHD, but still.
God, same. I feel like that's what people are here to watch us for, though, sis.
So funny because I don't think I originally set out to create streams that were specifically like comfy, cozy streams. But here we are. Right. And I wouldn't have it any other way.
I will be right back real quick.
Okay.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I think all I ever set out to make on my streams was just something with a good time where I can show people the weirder stuff I enjoy but no one's ever heard of.
Yeah.
I think I stayed pretty true to that.
I think you definitely did.
I'm just happy folks actually enjoy it. I think half the reason people actually watch me is because when I'm playing the weird games I actually like, they can tell I'm having fun.
Hey, Nova.
Hey, Nova. I'm not gonna lie, Diane, I really want to watch you play Barnyard for the Nintendo GameCube.
I don't know if I were to try showing off weird stuff, how much I'd be able to do that. I don't have as much weird stuff to show off.
Fair. If I really wanted to show off weird stuff, I'd find the bargain bin Nintendo Wii games that were sold at gas stations for like $15 that grandparents would buy when they forgot to get a gift for a kid.
Anubis the Second.
Anubis the Second. any of the carnival party games. Also, this is coming out so cute.
Okay, good. I'm glad. I was struggling with it for a while, so I was really concerned.
Art is hard.
Anubis the second. Diane knows. I always did wonder why my parents bought the second one of those before the first, till I found out that there was no Anubis one.
Probably because someone else copyrighted it.
I don't think it was even that. I think it was just supposed to be like it was Anubis the second, as in it was Anubis's child.
God, there were so many Wii games that it felt like... Sorry, apparently there's a reference to Anubis the second in Spelunky. Because I looked up Anubis 2 and saw the scrunkliest little character. And I was like, oh, unfortunate.
Anubis the second.
Anubis the second.
Looks like this.
I don't know anything about the Disney Sing-Its, but my favorite games growing up were like Just Dance.
So,
God,
sis,
that face.
can I tell you what, like, the thing about Anubis the second?
I don't know if I want to be spoiled on such a riveting plot. Yes, you can.
So it was made by who was it that Data Design. Data Design did would just basically take the exact same game, throw different skins onto it, and re-release it for over and over under different titles and different models, but it's basically the exact same game.
Oh my god, I know exactly what you're talking about then if there's Ninja Bread Man.
There was also one that was like candy themed. Nothing considered one of the worst games of all time. Fun.
Diane, if I had a way to functionally play that with you, I would offer to play that with you, because that sounds awful.
Mythmakers, Trixie and Toyland. Thank you. I think we had the I think we had Anubis the Second and Ninja Bread Man.
I think the hardest part about Wii games is if you ever want to look up any of them, so many trashware ones were made that it's nigh impossible to find anything you're looking for. Oh god, I just remembered one of the worst video gaming facts.
What's that?
The lore of how Five Nights at Freddy's happened, and how earlier that same year a game called Fart Hotel was released by that person, and somebody said, man, your characters look like horrifying animatronics, and he went, man, that could be a fun game, and so he made Five Nights at Freddy's.
That was for Chipper and Dale's, or not Chipper and Dale, Chipper and Sons Lumber Company, and it was said by Jim Sterling.
Oh.
Or
Nope.
James Stephanie Sterling.
Fair. Also, that looks... Ugh. I'm not the most up-to-date on my Five Nights at Freddy lore. I'm not gonna lie, and you probably understand why. It is not the most flowcore game of all time.
No. But it was James Stephanie Sterling's review about Chipper and Sons Lumber Company, I think is the name of the game. I used to follow FNAF stuff.
Apparently he did release one named that, unfortunately. 1 second. Oh no, that one's made by Scott Cawthorn?
That's the FNAF person.
Yep. 1 second, sis. Unfortunately, this game does exist.
Oh, I believe it. For better or worse.
Yeah. I apologize for getting my Five Nights at Freddy's and Fart Hotel fact incorrect.
Oh, Cawthon does not equal Cawthorn. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Oh.
Okay, I guess I was wrong there.
BRB spreading misinformation just for fun. And by just for fun, I mean I was horribly misinformed and I acknowledge this. Oh, it's this. I have the worst stream idea.
Just like a static screen with dial-up noises the entire time?
No, because that would be a stream people would fall asleep to.
People fall asleep to dial-up noises?
I've heard of weirder. I want to start putting up polls for which game I should start next, and hidden in there, one of the completely normal options is going to be an exclusively PS Vita port of the game, but I'm not going to say it until I start it up on stream.
Okay.
So things like the Assassin's Creed saga, or, you know, really high-end AAA games that definitely should not have gotten a port.
Can we do the same thing at some point, but with GBA ports?
Oh god, yes. I love bad GBA ports.
You have exactly 2 Xbox 360 games, Connect Adventures and The Biggest Loser. Sister got a second one for like $3 from liquidation sale bin. And Des, thank you for that correction, by the way. I forgot his name.
Oh no, there's a GBA port of Crazy Taxi?
I think I might have had that at one point. Wasn't it just like top down? Just like tiny little sprites? Am I thinking of something else?
Oh,
no.
so you know what?
Nope. That's... Huh.
You know what curious game I have a port for?
What's that?
I have Jet Set Radio on the PS Vita.
Oh. That's right, you did say that.
That's one of the ones I'd like to do. I could also say I'm streaming Minecraft, but I'm torn. Do I play Minecraft on the Vita, or do I do Minecraft with the cursed hieroglyphs? Can I say, do you remember the era where they would, like, release things on 2 separate consoles at once? That was wild.
Do they not release things on multiple consoles at the same time anymore?
No. Not typically, like, when they would do stuff like, a release on one console and then backwards.
Oh, okay. You mean like on different generations?
Yeah.
I mean, don't they still do that with some games for PS4, PS5, or Xbox One and Xbox Series? Who am I? I'm Windows Creator Sierra. You have 490 points. Probably, I'm guessing, came in with a raid. But welcome in. I'm Sierra. This is my sister, Flo.
Hello. Honestly, it's less so that, sis, and more so back then, when a new console came out, it was technologically so much better. So the 2 versions were so far apart that made it fun.
Oh, okay. I probably remember that time, but I wasn't part of that experience because, look, the only consoles I really had were the PS2 and the Nintendo Wii. I didn't have any different generations of the same console. Or different generations of the same console.
So for me, it was playing the games meant for DS on the Game Boy. It did not go good.
Well, thank you for the follow, Katina. recently they're actually backporting Star Wars Jedi Survivor to last-gen consoles, which is not something we would have expected. No, if it gets some more sales.
Yeah. Just do what Skyrim does. Keep
Re-
releasing it.
The same game forever for Infinity. God, Skyrim was one of the very first games I bought. Because I wasn't able to buy games, so I was like 18 or... Not 18, till I was in my upper teens. And, hecking... I heard about, like, it compared to stuff like, the previous Elder Scrolls. I got Portal 2, heard about it compared to the past Portal, and was hearing about Half-Life 2, Episode 2. And then right around that time, everyone just stopped, like, making new games of those kind of series. The only games that started getting sequels were, like, the shooters and such.
I get that, Diane. Except for me, it was 16, because I was allowed to be a little bit of a rebel, but that's why I grew up exclusively playing Katamari Damacy, as my parents were like, well, this is the only rated E for everyone PlayStation game we own. So here, I'm sure this won't do anything to your brain while you develop. I love Katamari.
Didn't buy, or maybe I didn't play Skyrim until I was 18 then, because... No, that can't be the case, because... No, maybe it was. Because my parents didn't let me play M-rated games before I was 18.
Can I say Katamari is one of the games that I want to stream because they're horrifying?
Sure? In fact, you just did.
Yay. So, unfortunately, Sigil, I could stream Katamari Damacy off my PC, which is the one I grew up on. Or I could play the unfortunate sequel to it for the PS Vita, Touch My Katamari. Which is possibly one of the worst game names I've ever heard.
So you want to know what I want to play Portal on?
What's that?
Let me see if I can find it again. They have the cover for it.
Have a good lunch.
Oh, I don't see the actual cover for it. If I switch over to here, maybe. Basically, someone has ported Portal over to the Nintendo DS, and I want to try that.
Fair. And funnily enough, same Diane, but on my PS4. I got my grandfather to play it. He then got motion sick. Oh, Sith, at some point I need to teach you how to make fresh pesto, but I'm also going to need you to hire Thurby anytime you make it, just like I hired Tangent to.
Oh, for chopping it.
Not chopping it, it's mortar and pestle pounding.
And that's gonna wreak havoc on my hands, I'm guessing.
Yep, does the same to mine. Also, that looks amazing, Sith. I love demakes like that. Why would I play a game normally when I can make it crispy?
Tangent. one of the, like, Skyrim was one of the first games I got, but I think, or one of the first games I bought, but I think one of the first games I was gifted was Left 4 Dead 2. And I played it on the family computer. And I played it at, like, less than 1 frame per second as soon as the zombie showed up. And most of the zombies didn't have any textures. And I certainly tried my best.
Can I say an off-topic explanation and wine theft?
Yes?
So I love pesto, but store-bought pesto is one of the biggest scams I've ever experienced.
Okay.
It's expensive, and they preserve it with citric and malic acids, which makes it significantly more sour than fresh pesto, whereas fresh pesto is very herbaceous, nutty, and cheesy.
Okay.
I don't know, it's just one of those things where most pre-made ingredients, I'm willing to go, yeah, no, that makes sense, I don't always have time. But pesto upsets me because it's a 5-ingredient recipe, and they turn it to like a 15-ingredient. In my opinion, that kind of makes it stop being pesto, if that makes sense.
Was it running on the integrated graphics on the CPU? Yeah, the family computer didn't have a dedicated GPU. Of course it was running on the integrated graphics on the CPU. It was running at 1 or less than 1 FPS. The computer also probably had like half a gig of RAM. That was me attempting to run it on this thingy,
Oh.
which my family gave to me after they upgraded. Hello, Militoes. How you doing?
Welcome in.
I saw you followed while I was offline. Thank you for the follow. I think I missed that Fluffy Jack followed. Fluffy Jack, if you're still here, thank you for the follow as well. I forgot that how bad the screen was cracked on this tablet I used to use. The only reason it was so usable at all is because it was designed for drawing on. So it had a thick layer of like plastic on top of the normal layer of screen, because you'd constantly be pushing the pen against it. Also, apparently I uploaded Ubuntu onto it at some point. I don't remember doing that. nondescript Windows XP computers of the early 2000s. Ye old E-machines. Does it use an OEM motherboard? It did at the time. That computer eventually got upgraded piece by piece until I replaced the entire motherboard and CPU. And then it was effectively Ship of Theseus into a new computer.
I have never owned a tower in my life, and I probably should at some point.
Cell tower or radio tower? I'm sure we can find one.
You know, understandable. How else am I gonna offer walking sticks to macros?
I mean, I assume that was where Vix got hers.
Yeah, I just picked it up easy. People question how I do it at my size, but the answer is strong.
Yeah, this one here, right?
Yeah,
you got this for her?
Yeah, I just kept it in my backyard, you know?
Yeah.
We've got a pretty tiny backyard, so I can only grow one fresh cell tower every time, but, you know, it's worth it to help out a friend.
I want to try Ubuntu again. I actually liked the what was that interface or that user interface called? Like it was called like Unity or something. I actually liked that. It had the bar on the side and such. I know a lot of people didn't, but at least back then I did. Maybe I wouldn't like it nowadays.
The worst thing you can do
I still like this one as well.
And then take 3 times as long as you need to because you have to troubleshoot all these weird issues. And what's even worse than that is you
Ooh, sis, this week's
Yeah.
guest chat for Ghost is one that I can help you with.
What is it?
It's design a self-recipe, a quote-unquote recipe of who you are.
and try to make the product
I'm just gonna submit the tea that you made.
be able to rely on this thing.
Consider, what if I hand you the ingredient 5 dashes of anxiety?
Oh, so we don't have to use actual ingredients.
Exactly.
Okay, so how much void energy do we put in?
8 cups.
That's gonna make it very sour.
Is that a bad thing?
No, I like sour.
I know you do. Sour stir. Sour skunk.
Sour skunk. I imagine mostly the halo is. Unless, oh no, because the skunk has the halo, so the void energy wouldn't build up too much.
Is it bad the first thing I imagine is you reaching up, to putting it on your finger, tasting it, being like, yeah, it's kind of sour, and then me going, oh, can I try? And you're like, yeah, sure. So I do, and I'm just on the floor, face completely sucked in from sourness. Because you're like, what? It's not that sour.
I mean, Sierra is technically half made of the stuff, so it makes sense that it's less sour to her.
Also, I don't typically eat sour things bluntly.
I'm not sure how I feel about the fact that it has been established that the void energy has a flavor. Because I don't think the void energy is safe to eat or to taste for most. Like I find it sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say something to that, but unfortunately I can feel a dragon glaring at me, so I'm not gonna say that one.
Just like, I find it hilarious because it was a joke I made that is like, yeah, if it's like acidic, like it dissolves things it comes into contact with, does that mean it'd be sour, like citric acid and malic acid and such? And I was surprised to get a, oh, that makes sense response. And then apparently it's just established that the void halos are sour, but again, they dissolve the stuff that they come into contact with, so I do not recommend licking it.
Oh my god.
Wait, no. Oh, I just remembered. Runery specifically said that Sierra's halo is safe. Yolta's is the only one that isn't. Huh. You could
I'm
lick
so-
it.
I'm sorry, I saw Renard's comment and remembered saying that to Turga while they were at our house. And I went up the stairs and saw her, like, actively licking it and going, And I was like, Turga!
Wait, what? Licking?
A Switch cartridge.
Why?
I don't know, because they've got bitterant on it. Bitrex, the most bitter chemical in the world. And Turga's like, oh, it's not that bad. And I'm like, to be fair, I'm pretty sure if it's stronger if you, like, put the whole thing in your mouth. It's to prevent kids and animals.
Did she then put the whole thing in her mouth?
No, she then started to go through her case and look for one that she wouldn't care if it was destroyed by sticking in her mouth. And I was like, Turga! Stop it! What do you have in your mouth? Spit it out!
Safe for Echo? Fair. Yeah, so I guess it is now established that Sierra's Halo tastes sour.
It's okay, Diane. I've done it before too, but I'm slow, so that's just expected of me.
So now when Runery wakes up, I need to ask if the 3 different colors have different flavors.
Fair.
Which wouldn't make as much sense because it's just like they're still just all just the void matter. But it'd be funny. I mean, if I'm going to leave that as a canon part of the character, might as well have fun with it.
Can I offer one?
What was that?
Make the red one taste like rhubarb.
I feel like half the people in chat have no idea what that even is.
I mean, fair, but I know it's one that you grew up and really enjoyed, so I kept that as a special memory, because I like it too.
Just used to go get the rhubarb and gnaw on it. You put sugar on the Halo? I mean, you can put sugar on most things. It doesn't mean you should.
Agreed. Have you ever had strawberry rhubarb pie?
Oh.
If you haven't, I'll have to make you it.
Okay. It's been years since I've had rhubarb.
I love rhubarb. I sometimes buy it at the store with some of my money and just gnaw on it on the way home. Tangent never gets to see it because I've consumed it.
But yes, because the Halos are canonically, they get rid of the excess void energy that builds up. That's why Sierra and why the other Halo critters have them. It also serves to stabilize their forms, but Sierra also still has the Anchor Pearl to stabilize her, so she now has 2 methods of, like, her form being stabilized, since, you know, she was kind of placed into the universe after the fact and all that.
May I make one request for this image, and I apologize I've asked it so late.
What's that?
Can I have my Halo too?
Yeah.
Yay! I love it too. Honestly, I love how over the top your Sparkle Skunk's designs are. I also like that you have the excited Star
Peach bubble?
Pupil.
Oh, Star Pupil.
Oh.
The diamond is the default shape.
Oh, you know, fair.
I considered going with, like, kind of sparkle, but I decided, it's like, I haven't really drawn the default one much. Yeah, I wanted to keep the default one pretty simple. That way it would be more noticeable when it did extra stuff, because, like, if I did the star one, it would be like the main star, but then also a smaller star.
No, that makes sense.
Which actually does look pretty cute. You know what? Sure.
I apologize that this dono has become such an intense project.
Oh no,
but
you're
I
fine.
love it so much.
I've mostly just been getting distracted on it. You see, oh wow, it's 2.5 hours into the stream. Cool. So we've been about an hour, because normally I don't think I used up my normal hour at the beginning of just chattering on things.
Where? Oh, yeah, so Renard, specifically candling rhubarb does that. For reference, this candling is a unique growing method in which you grow rhubarb in the pure darkness with only the light of a candle at maximum, and it causes it to grow so rapidly that you can hear it creaking and whining while it grows.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
Are you putting my halo around me like that?
No, this is the halo, or one of the halos around the tail.
Okay, I thought it was around my head, and I was so confused.
They gotta make it wrap around Sierra's tail.
No, that makes sense. I apologize, I misunderstood.
You're fine. Sierra just is a big tail, so it needs a big halo.
Correct.
I'm trying to get better about actually like drawing outlines for the halos rather than just doing them as a solid line.
That makes sense.
Because I feel like it was pointed out before that the solid line ones don't match with my art style that well, and it's like, that's fair.
Fair.
That's the wrong layer. That's the layer I wanted. But I'll be honest, let's see, what's the current queue size? It's 5. Queue size is quite small anyway, so.
That's fair. And if you ever do need to take a break from this one to work on those, no, I am not going to be offended, because I know that this is a big one.
I want to get this one done. The reason I'm spending extra time on it is because I like this one.
I really love it too. Oh, Navy, my halos are not Void Critter halos.
Nope.
I just generally randomly have halos and images and stuff because it's a personal thing to me and one of the ways I translate what happened in the past. Which is also one of the reasons that I have the middle name I do.
I remember to always make the center. What's up?
I was just responding to chat. What was that?
I just saying I always need to make sure to remember to add in like the center halo on the tail is more drippy than the other two.
That makes sense.
It's part of the design, which you can see here, though it's unfinished. I'll have to redraw them with outlines instead of just solid lines.
No, that makes sense. In a way, Navy. It's something that I hold a really weird tie to because that was also one of my work nicknames. But that came with the dual-edged blade of patients referring to me as an angel due to the nature of what I did for a living, and coworkers having the nickname of Angel of Death for me.
And Carbuncle, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're okay. Just both are accurate in a way.
You're just gonna have a snake bite or decide now? I added the snake bite here.
Yeah. Snake bites come in a lot of different forms, and those look like ring snake bites.
I that was how you originally described it to me. I thought so. That was what I went off of.
They can be that, or they can be studs.
Well, you see, the thing is, she can always swap them out.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no!
And that means you can get a little crazy and zany with them too.
Hey Mal, 52
Hey, Mal.
months. Heck, thank you so much for the 52 months of subscription.
Damn, that's a bit over 12. Hey, Mal.
I'm drawing this on the wrong layer, aren't I?
What are layers?
The thing cakes are made out of.
I like cakes. My favorite cake is a Big Mac.
Right and proper.
Welcome back, Sassy.
Welcome back. Now, how is work going? Your halo has these spikes on it in opposite corners. 6 of them.
I'm so glad I finally got someone with my awful joke.
But the Big Mac?
No. It's a bit a bit more than 12.
Who was it that you got?
Partridge. How exciting.
Exciting?
To Mal, there's gonna be a fire drill soon, probably.
Oh.
I mean, of course a cake is a lasagna. What is a lasagna if not a layered tomato, meat, and pasta cake?
That look great, sis?
That looks right. I'd say the funniest part about my Halo looking the way it does is it actually looks similar to the word toki, which means to speak.
See if I can remember.
Oh, tiny change, okay?
What?
The yellow rings are in the center of my iris, not up against the pupil.
I just working on with limited space.
No, that's fair. I apologize. Thank you, and I apologize. Also, I
You're good.
love the sparkle pupils under it, admittedly.
Good.
I like the funny changing pupils. You know, I can agree with this term. A cupcake is indeed a pizza, especially if you put a fruity frosting on it. Because then it's a mixture of dairy and fruit, and what is that if not tomato sauce and bechamel? Insane, Mel. I used to bring earplugs to work for when the sirens would be on.
Okay, I think that's good. Oh wait,
Yeah.
I gotta put in the dialogue.
Oh my god. Hey, Diane.
is Dan saying?
I can sympathize with blurring the pearl 20 times until it looks just right.
How dare you call me out like that? The same thing I do with eye highlights.
Highlights, if you will. Understandable. Enjoy your pasta-based cake.
Or someone having lasagna?
Apparently, Renard. I want some. I love lasagna. Lasagna. No, why does my head itch? I love this image so much, though. There's a decent chance I might set this as my little symbol for our chat sis. Understandable. Thank you, Renard. Just leave it by a door that you don't mind losing.
This?
Yeah.
Is there any alphabet for, like, how would you say your name in Tokipona?
I would just say my name.
How would it just look like standard alphabet?
Likely, yes.
Okay, I can't do much with that, so I'll just...
Yeah, so it's one of those unfortunate things where there is technically no alphabet for Tokipona. It's rather... there's just words for it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm literally just saying, hey sis, what's up? Not as exciting as you'd think. Or if you really want to be technical, Partridge, I'm saying Toki Yansama Sin Seme.
I will be back. Sis, if this ever gets colored, this might end up as the new BRB screen.
No, that's
Or
valid.
as one of them, at least. Oh, I should go back at some point. And by at some point, I mean I should just do it now before I forget. Hold on. Why is my tail on a different layer?
Oh my god.
Oh no, I drew my tail on the same layer as you.
Oh no.
It's fine.
Oh, can I say vanishing me over your tail looks horrifying?
What do you mean?
Because it looks like there's just two angel eyes staring at you.
Oh.
An evil face hidden. Oh my god, your tail is too big to fit on your layer.
I just need to add in a little bit of the nanite effects.
Two things. One, I love the nanite effect. Two, I love that you very subtly added the fact that the fur is being compressed on the thigh high. Because I see a couple strands folded on it.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's a detail a lot of people forget.
It's one I tend to add in a little bit. I don't like overemphasizing it, but I like adding a little bit of it. Like, I actually had to redraw it because originally it was like had too much of a bulge at the thigh, which made it feel like the thigh highs were overly compressing it. All right, there we go. Oh no. Hold on.
This town ain't big enough for both our tails.
I think that'll work close enough. I may adjust it if I ever color it, but for now, it's good. I got the stripes on the tail.
I love
Are you
it
okay
so
with
much.
yours having the single stripe, mine having the double?
Yeah, I'm completely fine with that.
Okay. Because I know when I do finish the overall design, I want to put some stuff in the middle of the 2 stripes.
No, that makes sense. I'm undecided on what type of tail I would like. I just like skunk tails.
Fair. Zip. Yeah, we
No,
can't
you-
go with like any of the higher compression stuff otherwise. But yes, I will be right back. Flo will say at least one sentence to you in Tokipona before talking about whatever Flo would like to.
Understandable. Janu talapona mute li awen I kulupu ni. The good warriors protect this community. That's referring to you, Mal. My brain is shoop. Loaded bed. Trying to think of what I'd talk about. What is my wisdom? Yeah, no, that's an accurate assumption of me. Buy cheaper cuts of meat. To make a tasty dish, you don't need a really kind of expensive cut of meat. What I'd say is a more important skill in life is learning to treat cheaper cuts to make them better. And I don't mean like MSG and finding ways to, chemically alter it. Something as simple as you don't got enough for a steak. And instead of buying a cheap steak, you get some chuck roast, a London broil, a really, tough cut of meat. Learn to braise it. Learn to slow roast it. Learn the fact that those cheaper cuts of meat have very little fat, so they're tough, but they're full of collagen. So, if you cook them at a lower temperature for a longer time, it won't dry out, but instead it'll break down that collagen and make your meat juicy. I am a Pokemon. I am Pokemon number 676. Furfru. But, yeah. Probably one of the greatest skills I can recommend to people is learn to treat meat well. Because meat is where a lot of your grocery budget will go. You could buy, boneless, skinless chicken breast for $10. Or, you could buy a big pack of bone-in, skin-on chicken thighs for $4. It'll take a lot more time because you're gonna have to remove those bones and take off that skin and then trim the fat. But you've now saved $6. And if you keep those skin, bones, and fat inside of your freezer, you can make those into soup stock later down the line. And it's one of those things where things are expensive nowadays, and, we don't all have money to go out and buy an A5 Wagyu steak. So one of the best life skills is learning to treat cheaper ingredients well to make good things. I do so much cooking. I love doing scratch cooking so much. I also enjoy making recipes. Like, this week I made what I call a full moon stew because I make it once in a blue moon. And it was just really good, but it used some really cheap smoked turkey necks, for example. And then I just put in together a bunch of ingredients that had a lot of really good aromatic values in it, and some stuff that has a lot of flavoring. Proud of you for getting better at it. It's a hard skill to learn. Also, welcome back.
Thank you. I still have a lot to learn on cooking. I am unfortunately not great at it yet.
You haven't had a lot of time to practice.
I won't even say that I'm good at it yet.
I would say you're serviceable.
I could follow directions.
Yes, you're serviceable. Sis, I watched my mother and grandmother set fire to a pot of water.
That's impressive.
Alcohol can help add moisture. One thing I really like for adding moisture inside of baked dishes is either bananas or applesauce.
Make a make a Big Mac from scratch. First, you must invent the universe.
No, that's accurate. No, that makes sense, especially because whiskey has a lot of good spices and aromatics in it. I could see the flavors of a banana bread really bringing that out. I love Lanapa bread.
So excite. Like,
You know, that'll do it.
Hmm?
I learned all of my cooking from Chowder. That's why I'm constantly food poisoned.
wait, what?
The children's show.
Uh? I never watched it.
I didn't either, but if it's from a kid's show. Oh my god, yes, please send me all the memes. Honestly, I learned to cook because I was very suddenly living on my own, and I was getting sick from not eating well. So I started looking up recipes online and watching recipe videos and trying to mimic things. If singing to your beans is wrong, I don't want to be right. I was never allowed to watch Chowder, but I've seen snippets. Unfortunately, Diane, I'm in 3 of these images.
A super sour thing that Chowder was not supposed to lick, and he licked it. This sounds like when Flo was told not to lick the halo.
Yeah. Licking my halo wouldn't do anything because it's ethereal.
Yeah, I don't think yours is even like something that can physically be touched, is it?
I'm the only one who can touch it, technically. I mean, theoretically you could, but that would only be if I let you.
Yeah, Sierra's can be could technically be grabbed, and it can move slightly, but it can't really move off of the top of her head.
I'm pretty sure if you reached through my halo, it would just feel similar to running your hand through like a cold fog. Oh, the wish list that's coming up doesn't work? Let me take a peek at that.
Oh, it doesn't?
It's working for me. I wonder if it's because I have an account. Let me log out of my throne real quick.
You should check
No,
to
it's
make
working.
sure that. I just see about picking up that one-shot hoodie myself. I really
No,
want
that's
it.
fair.
I put it on there because I was just like, I'm putting it on here until I remember to buy it for myself. I just haven't yet.
I need to take a look at my throne wish list and remove stuff that I don't need, because as much as I like having the tinned fish cookbook on there, it is not as important as stuff like the new dog bed.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
I don't normally go for like hoodies and clothing that have like IPs on them. I just really liked this one.
No, that's fair. It has the same energy as the three-headed good boy one that I want.
But I'll still see about editing that command to remove the period.
Fair. I'm super confused. It works for me at least. Maybe there's some stuff going on with servers that I don't know about. I should probably eat lunch at some point.
Yes.
Oh, it's probably because you're on mobile then, yeah. Mobile Twitch gets really buggy.
Chatbot timers. Okay.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go make a sandwich.
All right. Enjoy your sandwich.
Yep.
Mobile Twitch is currently on fire. Welcome back, Sigil. Yeah, just slowly pack for tomorrow. Fair. I have to go grab this stuff for the next doodle. Other talk as you think about Sparkle Squirrel playing Portal, the Flash version on Newgrounds. Hasn't that been preserved in that one project that basically saved a whole bunch of Flash games? Isn't that one still playable through that? Because it was a fairly popular Flash game. Flashpoint, is that what it was called? Because I know that was a project that was happening. Trying to distract yourself with a bit with that one idea we talked about last. I look forward to hearing what you have to say about it. If I type in Portal, a lot of results because a lot of things just have the word Portal in them. There's Portal 2D. Is that it? Dancing cat spotted, yeah. Funny colored mouth. bad time with Mario. Very unforgiving. Oh, Nova has lost their thumbs. I am so sorry. How long have I been on the cat avatar? Long enough for the plushie to go to sleep. Mario 1 plus Portal? Okay. Oh. Yeah, it's a random chance. It's why some people really like this avatar. They like rolling the slot machine. Nope. I don't know what Scarlet wears when... Oh wait, no, there is an outfit on here. That works. I was gonna say, I don't know what Scarlet wears when not in a hoodie. Look, at least you can't win anything off of it. If you could, then I'd have to then I wouldn't feel comfortable. I'd have to remove it. I'm gonna say something in my defense since everyone's leaving it on this model. The animation used to work a whole lot better. Yeah, unfortunately, like back then I could have just one image for it playing when it happened. Now I need a idle and a talking, else it breaks, and that I can fix it by pulling some other stuff. I just need to spend the time doing so. Welcome back, Espresso.
If someday I need to stop making sandwiches that look like they come out of a Scooby-Doo movie.
Correct. Then you need to start making sandwiches that look like they come out of a Scooby-Doo cartoon.
No, those are the ones. Sub roll, truffled hot sauce, onions, tomatoes, roasted chicken, pepperoni, smoked cheddar cheese, sliced up peppers, and then sub dressing on top of that. And everything is seasoned.
Eat tall sandwich, unleash a fraction of your true power.
That's what I'm doing.
You unleashing a fraction of your true power is terrifying.
Mm-hmm. I was gonna unleash my full power, but then I saw what would happen and I was informed I probably should not do that.
Yeah. Look, a portion of it would just break doors and windows. All of it would just break every wall in the vicinity.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a bit hazardous.
Dragon
So
actually informed me of a greater danger.
What?
The world is on an axis. An axis is an axis is a six-pointed hinge on how things function. I'm not allowed to destroy reality.
Please don't. We need that.
Mm-hmm. Have a good day at work.
Alright, see ya, Das. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful day. And I hope that work goes well.
Mm-hmm. Can I say I'm so glad I studied sandwich theory because I used to hate sandwiches?
Oh.
I grew up in the household of you get a ham and cheese sandwich and it's bread, one slice of ham, one slice of cheese, a bit of mayonnaise.
No, that's fair.
I didn't like sandwiches because it was that every day and I was like, this is awful. The blepsy. Which cursed word? Blilk? Blue Pepsi Pilk? Agreed. Also, I know it was like a foot long, basically, sis, but I've already finished it all. I was hungry.
Now I want to order a sub.
No.
It's okay. I'll just give Mal like big sad eyes when she gets home and just be like, Mal, can we get some Firehouse?
Oh, wait, you like Firehouse?
Yes. I like one.
Okay,
Like
good.
I always get the same thing, but yes.
When I swing down to help you out, if we get Firehouse, remind me to put on my shirt.
Okay.
I can get us a discount.
Yeah, no. There's
They're like-
always a fire truck, but not always, but very frequently a fire truck in front of it. So, I assume they quite honored their discount. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're okay. I tried reading something and listening at the same time. They're one of the only places that gives that discount, so all firefighters are like, thank you. Can I say I've discovered a new best food compliment?
What was that?
Somebody told me, and I quote, "This looks like the kind of food that gives you a stat boost for days."
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that.
I forgot if I did. How you doing, by the way?
Just responding to some things.
Oh, that's fair.
I got sent some house stuff, so I need to take a look.
Yeah, is important.
But you agree with what I said about that photo?
Yes. Listen, I know some car washes are drive-through, but I don't think they're drive-through. Yay!
What if we give Scarlet button eyes?
I'm glad I'm slowly whittling away at your sanity stat, Partridge.
I'm going to go get one of my peach lemonades. I'll be right back. Sis,
Good. Hello.
protect chat from the mini Kira.
Understandable, I'm restraining her with all of my armless power. You should know I don't have any left, but I get a stat boost in those cases.
You get a stat boost in what cases?
Low sanity.
Oh. Something is, the more it will destroy you. Understood. So that's why everyone just... By that logic, everyone in BC Ball just doesn't evolve their Pokemon. Beasties, right? What is this? What is the generic term for them? Beasties?
Beasties. Looking at me worriedly because small means stat buff? Correct. See, what I did is I dropped my sanity so low to increase my int and wisdom stats, and it's been great. I have such strong instincts. The downside is, if the bedroom door is open in the middle of the night and the hallway is pitch black outside, I'll have anxiety. It's a trade-off. Also, the air sounds different when the door is open, and I hate that.
God, same. I feel like that's one of the things that Serbia has had to get used to me having an issue with.
So, I can normally pull it off because it gives me a baseline anxiety, but I can push past that unless I already have anxiety that night, in which case I need to close it.
I either hear that the room sounds different, like the air moving around the room sounds different, or I feel it, because it circulates a bit differently. And then I get like imposter syndrome. It's like, no, I'm just exaggerating that. I can actually tell that. And then I get anxiety. It's like, why does it feel like the door is open?
Same, Diane. Also, would you like me to send you a video on sound silence of silence, or the sound science of silence?
Sure.
I will grab it later, but whenever they record movies and the silent scenes where there's nothing on, they need to record background from the rooms that they're recording in, because every room has a unique background sound, even if you can't hear anything. And our brains will pick up on it, and if there's dissonance with it, cause issue.
Ooh, interesting.
Which, if you ever really want to mess with somebody, take a recording of one room in your house as silent, and then start playing it in the other room. It'll cause extreme discomfort in that room. Also, yes, that's a particular kind of evil.
I was gonna say, how would I do that? But then I realized I have a really good microphone.
Correct.
We don't have a fan in our room. I used to always sleep with the fan on. I have learned over the years that I'm not allowed to sleep on top of the blankets if there is a fan on, because that has an over 50% chance of leaving me in sleep paralysis when I wake up. I actually used I don't as much anymore. Now I tend to just rely on the ambience of the room. But for a long time I used an app called Pizziz, which just generates an audio thing that's kind of like a music thing, and you can have narration in it if you want or not, but it follows the same basic format each time but changes it slightly so your brain doesn't adapt and start to be able to predict it. Like, it can predict it enough that it is comfortable and kind of tunes it out, but it doesn't It's not the exact same file each time.
Fifth.
Yeah.
GeForce game drivers ready and available. No. F off. Because
What, you don't want to have make your games unplayable?
pukes on the floor. Also, I need to have some kind of white noise active in the background, or else the silence that consumes all gets a little too loud for my likings.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I think I've gotten better about the silence.
Fair.
Either
I've got
when... Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, the silence is just a particular brand of hell for me. I need it. What were you saying?
I think it was just like, I think I've probably gotten a bit better at dealing with silence because of using the noise canceling headphones so much.
Makes sense.
Or it might have just been over the years and like when I didn't really have opportunity for sound. I don't know.
Is it
Maybe it's just...
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Is it possibly being in a safer environment has allowed it to be less stressful when things are silent? Because you're not actively waiting for something to happen, you know silence is just silence?
Possibly. But I also don't typically sleep alone anymore, so that... And Serby likes having a different type of noise on at night than I do. So...
Oh, Kofi is having a time.
Oh. Why are all the sites breaking?
It
Apparently
seems to be a lot of furry adjacent ones right now.
Our fight has also been down for like 3 days. And I want to grab some of my images off of it.
Fair. There's been some attacks on stuff lately that are furry artist adjacent. I know there was a PayPal issue, a Kofi issue, an FA issue, an art fight issue. It seems to be one of the mass attacks, so it should be over in a few days, hopefully.
I just saw one of the images you uploaded of Naya doing the blup, and that's such a cute image.
Fun fact, that is the first image of Naya. Yeah, Kira's significant other designed that one, and that's the one that, like, came up with the Naya design. Which is why the tail is so round, it was flattened out through Kira's then following image.
Let me take a look at the one that you sent before. Oh yeah, yours does have the flat, or the one that you sent me does have the flat top.
Yep.
I didn't actually look at that, I forgot to. I just drew the skunk tails how I'm used to drawing skunk tails.
Here's the directly following one, because Salem technically did too, I need to upload this one still.
Yeah, I'm used to having, like, at the base, then it goes down, then it goes up, and then it has another flat part. And, like, at the bottom, it's also has a bit of flatness, but...
You drew it the way that her tail actually is. It was just one of those, the person who drew it mainly draws Sonic characters. So the OG design, had some interesting traits that didn't follow on later.
Okay. Bonus check? I will do that.
I don't have any water and I don't want to go get it.
And thank you for the support.
Support.
Thank you for the donation.
Doe furry word inserted cleverly here, Asian.
Wait, what?
I said support, but I didn't know how to put a furry word inside of donation, so I did that. because I'm me.
Oh. Drink water? Okay.
Chad is yelling at me because I need to go upstairs and get water, but my leg is sore, so I really don't want to.
That floor with a scythe and a shield.
Yes, that is that's the Rise gun lance.
Oh, it is a gun. Okay. Also, I'm seeing what you're talking about by, like, the following one being the one you sent, but I was actually referring to, this is the one I initially saw.
Yeah, that's the first one, and
Oh,
then
okay.
the doodle that I sent followed, and then the Kira one happened.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, that's why her head and ears are shaped like that, is that Salem style is super duper short muzzles and wide faces because they draw majority Sonic artwork.
Okay.
And then Kira's design made the head a little flatter and the muzzle a little more pronounced. And then JJ's art made the muzzle stronger. It just kind of evolved with time.
Fair enough.
I love... Naya is one of the characters that I think has the coolest concept, admittedly.
Yeah.
Can I say a very tiny ramble about it?
No, never. Yes, please do.
So Naya is my alchemist character. She is somebody who desperately wanted to grow up to be a mage or a wizard or a warlock, and then very quickly found out she has absolutely no ties, aptitudes, or magical abilities, and was devastated. So she put her life's work into studying and cooking and alchemy. And she realized alchemical potions are a form of magic. It's just taking magic from nature and condensing it into a liquid for a desired effect.
Yee.
And so she decided, why is that limited to buffs and stuff? Why can't I just do magic with this? So her very first one is she took a tincture of ice, made of a bunch of different things, frost fangs, snowberries, those kind of things, distilled it on the table, put it in her paw, because she kept trying to put it on a glove, but it would freeze, but she noticed that when it touched her paw pad, it wouldn't. And then she took it, and she whipped it out in front of her in a big arc, and it created a spiky ice wall, and she was like, wall of ice. Huh. And she found that she could do something similar with tinctures of fire, tinctures of electricity and stuff. And she learned more. If you take a tincture of fire, pour it into your palms, and squish it tightly into a ball and throw it, it works like a fireball, for example.
Hi, Laser Kitty, and... Oh, I see. Thank you, Squirrel.
Oh my god.
I'm going to get to draw Tangen's name in the special way.
Squeal. But yeah, so eventually she realized she can do magic, it just requires potions. But she never had luck with gloves, so she just kept doing magic with her bare paws. Which caused the issue of wild radical magics are constantly just flowing through her fur and through her. It doesn't cause anything dangerous. It just makes her house kind of a magical anchor of sorts. Meaning that if somebody
Oh, it's this character.
Yeah, it's that one. Meaning if she summons a familiar, there's a chance that that familiar will take extra time because it will be stuck at her house. Or someone teleporting will be stuck at her house for a period. Which is why she always leaves out some kind of cookies or baked good on the table as there's a note there explaining, hey, sorry you're trapped here, it should only last this long, spare bedroom upstairs, my house is an anchor, yada yada. And her best friend is, I don't remember the mythos, it's a type of Scottish hellhound, basically. A guard dog reserved for kings and is undead. And so
Okay.
is not affected by magic. So they are her best friend because she can hug them and everything without issue. Oh, rest well.
Nymphy, please sleep well. And Nymphy, you are also amazing.
Agreed. Oh, I like the idea of I wasn't able to do it, so I found my own way, and it's a way no one else would expect. Because she's also the only person who knows how to make offensive potions. Yeah, she's a character that's not tied to any universe. She's just one of my personal creations because, I don't know, I was kind of obsessed with the idea of somebody who could concentrate mad potions and find a way to use it similar to a spell.
I have an alchemist character that is adopted by a powerful wizard because they could tell that the character had a strong affinity for magic, but it turned out that they weren't able to actually use standard spells and stuff, so they eventually taught themselves alchemy because they could at least focus some of that magic into those. But this is a Pathfinder style alchemist, so it isn't quite the same.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah, he was one of my first openly trans characters. His name was Imakaru. He was transmasked.
I love seeing transmasked character representation because there's just not enough of it.
A DM didn't approach that part of the character very well.
Oh.
Yeah, because he was technically a kitsune, but he went through most of the campaign with everyone thinking he was just human, because he always stayed in the male human disguise. And the DM very much liked foxes, and I should specify very much liked fox girls, really wanted him to start using the more natural kitsune feminine presenting form, and Imakaru didn't want to. And then in the sequel, where Imakaru, because of everything that had happened during the campaign, Imakaru kind of got so paranoid that he kind of became the villain in the sequel one. Oh, giant Aota.
Oh.
But the DM wrote him to have started going by Empress instead of King, and with his dead name, and specifically made a law that was like, no one is allowed to dead name the Empress. And it's just like, that's exactly what you're doing. And when I told him that, he was like, oh, well, then this is just an AU version of it, not the canon version of it.
I still despise the person who did that. I have despised them every single time. This is not saying do not tell the story. This is just saying I have an undying fury of 1,000 suns towards them.
They weren't a good person.
No, they treated you very poorly, and you did not deserve that.
Not just me, they treat a lot of people very poorly.
Didn't they especially treat you poorly, though, because of the fact that they liked your art?
They gave me special treatment. But they also only cared about my art.
Yeah.
So I wasn't able to play fairly because I was given bonuses, and any goodwill that was towards me wasn't towards me. It was just towards my art. And that was when I was just kind of coming off of recovering, like trying to recover from a broken friendship prior.
Mm-hmm.
So he was able to take advantage of that.
It's an unfortunate case where folks who in the past have been not treated well and taken advantage of are significantly more likely to have it happen again. And it's one of the cruelest parts of the world, in my opinion.
My experience with him has definitely caused me to better recognize people like that. But
I'm still
hello,
learning.
Empty Washer.
Hello. am still learning, but boy, howdy, have I had a lot of people to try and learn things about it from.
That guy said to one of the other players at one point, it's just like, oh yeah, I'm so glad, let's just say Sierra, since I wasn't out as trans at the time. I'm so glad Sierra has finally decided to join our, like, this sequel campaign. That means she'll draw us more free art. Which, that was just absolutely lovely to hear.
Well, I'm glad they said it aloud, because boy howdy does that mean you got to immediately be able to say, yeah, no, I know what you want here, and then say F off.
Yeah, they didn't even say it to me, they said it to someone else.
I'm glad you heard about it then.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, because they really liked TF art, they really liked how I drew certain things. And they put me on a pedestal. It was the first time I had to deal with that. And they were the one that wanted me to spend all of my time of every day with them.
And you're someone who's always busy.
Mm-hmm. They're the only person I've ever had tell me, like, that they hoped I didn't become successful at art because then I would spend less time with them.
Little did they know it's comments like that would cause you to spend no time with them.
Correct. They just kept complaining, and I was just like, do you want me to not be successful at this? And their response was like, honestly, yes.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? Somebody just flashbanged me.
I was just saying, I had talked to them the one time, and I was just saying how they were just like, I asked them just straight up, did they want me to not succeed? And their response was just straight up, yes.
I'm glad they said it. That's horrid. And I do not understand people who can think like that. I am slowly refinding old art and coming across art that I need to show Ninfi of my very undead character. I'm glad you got out though, sis. I'm glad you're starting to find people that you can spend time with that treat you well. Because you deserve that.
So do you.
Thank you. I do have people who treat me really well. I sometimes say it more than I probably should, but I do my best to say it every day, how much they mean to me and how much they help me. I worry that I say it too much sometimes, but I really am just thankful for all the amazing people I've met and how patient they are with me and how well they treat me.
You deserve it.
You do too. You treat me like a treasure.
Oh, because you are.
Thank you. I am valuable and able to be hoarded.
I am a dragon.
Yeah, I mean, same. Hoarding oneself, though, doesn't often work very well. Thank you.
Just like kind of cheat it at the rest of this.
Oh,
I
what's
don't
up?
want to. I said, can I just kind of like cheat at the rest of this? I don't want to continue drawing out Oh, the bamboo.
You say I'm beyond measure, but according to the funny stick, 5 feet and 6 inches. And that seems very measurable. I hope you know, Renard, that was supposed to be a one-time joke that I'd put on my stream and then remove without explaining to anybody because Deidre put way too much work into it, and then I forgot to remove it, so now it's just a part of my stream.
It's kind of what happened with like the plushie and the sticky note on mine.
Fair. Also, agreed, Diane.
No? Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Let's see if I can keep that. We're getting rid of some of the other aspects.
Can I say this? I'm going through one of my old commission folders with one of my oldest friends since I got it off the old laptop. And some of their confused questioning makes way more sense now that I understand my color issue.
Oh?
They were just really confused why I kept asking for a color changed. Because I was like, yeah, it's supposed to be that color. And they were like, I don't know what you mean.
Hello, Sahirai.
Hello.
Sees the stream title? What is the stream title?
What is the stream title?
Oh, it triggered.
Oh, that happens sometimes. Don't mind that.
I forgot I put that in.
Don't worry about that.
It's fine.
It's safe.
And by, when I say I put that in, I mean technically Pandama's put it in. But she just kind of asked, like, hey, could I do something? I'm like, sure. What am I drawing? I am drawing someone eating bamboo that they're not supposed to eat.
Bandboo.
See if I can leave in the sketchy ones that people were saying they liked. Like, don't get me wrong, it's very, very quickly drawn bamboo, but bamboo would take a while to draw.
Bamboo has a lot of small bits.
Yeah.
Sis, I will be right back. I am gonna help someone troubleshoot something super duper quick.
Alright. If I'm not here by the time you... Okay. Hey, Frost. Do you have a Sona or any Sona? Me? Yeah, I have a Sona. My Sona's name is Sierra. They have two primary forms. Either Sphinx or Dragon. Alright, see you, Navy. This is the Sphinx form. So it's currently in the process of being updated. And, this is the dragon one. Hold on. Love the design of the Anther Dragon, thank you. I'm quite happy with it. One word to hypothetically request a donut doodle. Would you like a simple sketch of a scene or no? If you have like a specific scene in mind, having a simple sketch of it could definitely help. Because I have aphantasia, so I can't visualize stuff out before it goes on the page.
Hello.
Hello.
Someone just had an OBS question and was like, hey, how do I get it so that when I put it in a game capture, it stops changing to a new size? So I kind of showed them the trick you showed me, where I have it as a separate scene, and then put the scene inside of it.
Also, sis, so here I would like to know who is the lamb at my streams.
Understandable. It happens. My name is Flo. I am a Furfru, Pokemon number 667. Hello.
This is my little sister.
Yeah. I am also a streamer.
Hey.
I should
You
probably...
are allowed to shout yourself out.
Yay! I should probably stream this afternoon.
Understood. I shall come and invade your stream.
Yay! I'm trying to think of what I'm gonna play today, though. It might just be more Tearaway. No, lamb, sheep, and goat are the common ones. Goat is the uncommon one, sheep is the most common, and I'd say lamb is second most common.
I think I would collect all of my sour.
The Thart. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, sis, I could have typed up that explanation, I just... Do you know what I mean when I say I'm too lazy to write something up?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I could stream Phineas and Ferb, Day of Doofenshmirtz on the Sony PlayStation Vita.
I love that you almost said Nintendo.
My brain is so functioning.
It's okay, because my brain had auto-filled in Nintendo before you started saying it.
Yay. I mean, I know how to switch my entire Switch, Vita UI to be identical to a Nintendo Switch. I know a lot of really cursed things about the PS Vita at this point. Can I say one thing that explains how bad it is, sis?
Sure.
The loading screen has base Unity text box and font loading screen tips with a still image of a character using a soldering iron on a board. And the way that they make it look like it's animated is they take the electric hit effect that's a stock image and rapidly flash it over the tip of it, but it's off-center.
Oh.
It's bad. Also, they, like, colored the inside of Phineas's gums. Zafri, I'm gonna send you a picture of Phineas mid-speaking. Oh, also, Ferb was super talkative. Like, it was so not accurate to the TV show. Everything was wrong with it. They didn't have the licensing for anything. Like, even the opening was desynced, different instrumental version of the Bowling with Soup song with no lyrics. I miss the day and age when licensed games could literally be the worst thing in the world. Also, every single sound effect was, again, a stock one, because they never paid for anybody to do sound design. So everything just sounded incorrect, and it had, like, the world's most basic and forgettable sound effects. It was bad. I had a blast streaming it to somebody. Thank you. Oh, also, the worst thing was the fact that you got to be forward-facing as Phineas. That was also a mistake. No, it's so bad it's entertaining. Also, I love that. I love coming up with unique and funky usernames, and that's why for literal years I've been known as Estrogenized Bark Machine. Which is funny because the barking part only happened in the last year. Hey. Oh, sis, you know what unfortunate game I also found on the PS Vita? Papers, Please.
Oh, nice.
Right?
Sorry, I will be right back.
Take your time.
Hey.
See, I like games that are names that hold a meaning. Jack Danger, that kind of thing. And that's why I chose to have the middle name Angel, because it makes me seem innocent and cute, when in reality, I'm an absolute demon. Glory to Sony. Why am I so full of yawns? I guess I'm gonna talk about sandwich theory? So there's a couple really important rules when making sandwiches, and that's accounting for water and seasoning. No matter what type of lunch meat you're putting on a sandwich, it always has some kind of salinity value. They salt those slices of meat, or they add some kind of seasoning to something. Heck, even if you're putting tuna fish on it, they are stored with salt by nature. So you've got to keep in mind, if you're adding a pickle, you're not increasing salinity, you're keeping things seasoned. If you add lettuce, you're adding water. If you're adding, especially a tomato, you're adding a lot of water. So if you add those things to your sandwich, put a little bit of salt and pepper on them so that you're not diluting the total amount of salinity and seasoning within your sandwich. Another thing to keep in mind is texture. And I don't just mean you want soft, you want crunchy, you want chewy. I mean your bread. Your bread is rough, it is frictious, it has a lot of friction against it. So if you're gonna take pickles or tomatoes and you're gonna bite it, those will slide around if they're up against meat. But if you place those against the bread, especially toasted and craggly bread, it will stop those pieces from moving and kind of slipping out of the sandwich. then you need to keep in mind moisture. Is this a dry sandwich? Of course, you can use things like mayonnaise, oil, vinegar, and from there it's finding complementary flavors. And with the complementary flavors, you want to try and cover your bases with. You want some salty, you might want some sweet, you want a little bit of sour, because acid is actually what often keeps us going back to sandwiches. You want savory, you might want bitter, that one's a bit iffy on some people, and you'll probably want a little bit of spicy there if you like spice. And it's kind of a balancing act, and that's why I call it sandwich theory, is because there's a lot of science behind how you should build a sandwich. You can go bread, meat, cheese, bread, and that's fine. But if I really want to enjoy a sandwich, I'm going to do something like toast the outside of the bread on the side that's going to be on the inside so it doesn't get soggy. I'm going to put tomatoes on, and I'm going to season them. Then I will add the onions on top of that, because the onions have enough of their own frictious surface. Then I'll add the meat. If there's multiple meats, I'll layer that there. I will then put the cheese there, because cheese is sticky. Especially if you blast it under heat a little and melt it, it can kind of merge those things and hold them down a little bit. Then on top of that, I will add anything else that is particularly slippery. If I want to put on pickles, I'll put those on the very top to make sure they're pressed up against that crackly bread, so they can't slide in and out. And I'll make sure to season both sides of that bread. One side I might do a mayonnaise or an oil-based dressing to add kind of richness, unctuousness, and a little bit of, what do I call it? Just a little moisture. And then on the other side, I'll typically add my mustards, my hot sauces, anything to kind of add more flavor to it. But I make sure that all sides are seasoned because, I don't know. Tomatoes are great, but they've got a high water content, so you've really got to keep in mind those are basically a slice of flavored water. I take that as a badge of honor. But yeah, I don't know. That's something I think a lot about, because I used to hate sandwiches with like a burning passion. Oh, they were always so boring compared to every food, especially because if you're using cheap bread has no flavor. So again, it's like those tomatoes I mentioned. You are taking flavorful meat and cheese and taking the flavor away from them. Isn't it, though? Because you can totally mess with that. You can mess with it the same way that I mentioned, like, I could put myself behind it. You can hide things behind your UI. Understandable. I'll do the wellness check soon. I gotta put on my leg brace first. Honestly, I want to work more on my OBS and stuff like that. I might get another overlay at some point, because I like the dog bed dungeon one. But, I don't know. Maybe at some point when I get a familiar avatar, I might get one that's more based on my actual bedroom, or like, work with you, Diane, to try and see if we could design one that's Los Muertos inspired. Oh boy, Telegram has an update notification. What AI things did they add? Okay, no AI this time. Yay.
Were you concerned was adding AI?
Telly.
Oh.
What isn't adding AI to it nowadays, unfortunately?
Procreate. Procreate has said they will not add AI to their software. And I
hope
appreciate that.
I really hope they stick to it. I really
Same.
hope.
Got a wellness check and a rest your eyes.
Alright, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go wibble my way up the staircase to get some oiter.
Not work. I feel like I've heard similar stories to that a few times.
I have made mistakes in the name of science.
Hmm?
I was gonna toss the watermelon flavoring packet because it was meh. So I cut it open a little to look at the product inside just so I could study the concentrate a little, and then went, oh, what if I tried the concentrate for the drink directly? Call me a goldfish, because boy howdy have I been flavor blasted.
But yeah, you shouldn't have to like cut it open. You can kind of like pry it open. There's 2 steps to it. That way you can refill it.
Fair. I think my favorite so far is the Gateway Tea one, because even at a low level, it adds like a subtle iced tea flavor that's really nice.
Fair.
So, Diane, can I say something about that? This is gonna sound weird. Can you describe to me the flavor and the texture of the watermelon? Because can I tiny ramble, sis?
Go ahead. I'm just trying to get my head back together.
As a weird fact, watermelon, depending on where it is grown, the conditions of the soil, the weather, what is in the soil, temperature, all of those can vastly change the flavor and texture of a watermelon. And there is a chance that just because of where you live, you don't like watermelon. But if you were to go to the polar opposite end of the US, say the Northeast, you would end up liking it.
That's why I like watermelon better in Pennsylvania than Florida.
Yes.
Good to know. I thought it was just my brain.
Yeah.
Or like nostalgia.
So Diane, you would probably like Northeastern watermelon, because Northeastern watermelon is sweet. It is crispy, like you can put it in your mouth, bite, and kind of pull a chunk off of it lightly. And it is very juicy. Does that sound familiar, sis?
Actually, yes.
Yeah, to be fair, Pennsylvania is close to Northeast. Because we get frost and stuff like that, we get a vastly different texture to it. My stepfather from Indiana hated watermelon, described it as grainy, dry, a little mushy, and like sourish. And he was just adamant, I'll never like watermelon. So we cut up a watermelon upstairs and I had to go do something. I think I was taking out the trash or whatever because I had to drive to the dump. And I came back and he had eaten the entire watermelon. And he's like, well, it was okay. It was better than the ones in Indiana. And I was like, dude, that was a $5 watermelon. Come on.
What?
But yeah.
What? You don't eat watermelons by the $5?
No, that's what I do. But yeah, so I haven't tried them in VA. I'm a little nervous, but if you ever go to the Northeast, I recommend trying watermelon there. I'm not saying you're going to like it, but I am going to say, because of how far away you are and how different the soil and temperature is, there is a good chance it'll be a completely different fruit for you. It's why Florida used to make the best oranges.
Who does now?
Bit further north. Unfortunately, Florida gets too warm.
Georgia
It's why
now?
they don't call themselves the Orange State now. They're called the Sunshine State. They can't grow oranges in their orchards anymore.
Huh? But, sis, next time we go to Pennsylvania, do you want to get watermelon?
Yeah!
I'm sure it won't be the same as, like, further northeast, but...
It'll be more akin to it. Honestly, I like scooting around PA with you.
It is fun.
It is. I
Look
get to
forward
see
to it.
all your... Same! I get to see all your childhood places, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm so thankful that you will drive after I get up there.
Oh, yeah.
Because it is such a long drive to get to PA. It's so worth it, though.
I'm glad that it's worth it.
Can we walk around the half-alive mall again?
Absolutely, if you would like to.
Yay!
I'm just plugging someone into the system real quick.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Sith. The iced tea one is so strong that even at level 2, it's strong. Starting level 2 is good. Oh my god.
What?
There's Renard being Renard. I adore Renard.
You planned on donating all along.
Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun. Thank you for the donation.
I need to stream today. I'm gonna go announce to my server that I'm streaming in 30 minutes.
Understood.
I just looked at the time.
Just drags my stream to yours.
Oh my god. I mean, if you did that, I'd play Dungeon Defenders with you.
Why, that is actually very tempting.
I will leave that up to you, because if you do, I'm game to play that. If you
it
don't...
might be better than trying to do a full donor stream today. Like, split it up with tomorrow.
Fair. I
'Cause
will
I
ask...
Go ahead.
I will ask the question then. Do you want me to leave it so it's just us, or the opportunity for 2 other people to potentially join us?
What, for Dungeon Defenders?
For the stream chat.
I don't know. haven't tried streaming with other people on your stream yet. But it is your stream, so whichever you would prefer, I will be okay with.
Fair. I want to ask your comfort zone too, because you're also going to be there.
I am not sure, so I am willing to try whatever.
Understandable. But what were you saying about how it might be better for today?
Because I have the injection tomorrow, and then on Thursday we have house hunting. I need to take off both those days of work. I was originally planning on just doing a full dono day today, but I'll probably just do a half dono day today, and then do half donos again tomorrow and maybe Thursday.
Makes sense.
I'll
Kind of
do
break
the
it up
left,
between
left
the
half of each dono.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
No, you're okay.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab something.
Understandable, Partridge. What are my old previous Steam names that I have laying around? Fallen in Can't Get Up, Flow with the Spicy Feet, Amogus, Bark Machine, Estrogenized Pup, and Nut-Free Salted Peanuts.
I think I've always just been When Wolves Cry Out.
I think Nut-Free Salted Peanuts is my most iconic one.
I never felt like my brain's just like, no, that's silly. You don't do that. No, that's not what you do. That's what other people do.
Oh. Fair. I did it because there was a period where my account had a reputation for getting a lot of rare stuff, so I would loan it out to streamers to use for things. So I'd always give myself the dumbest nickname possible for it.
I should just add a very silly username and icon of a character no one knows about.
You should.
So when people are trying to search me up, they'll find that and think it's not me.
Oh my god.
What?
I think that's a good and fun idea.
I don't like too many people knowing, like, adding me on Steam.
Fair. When I start stream, if you feel like finishing up stuff here first, I'm going to stream the worst game I know of while I wait.
Wait, what's that? Sorry? I was reading Mal's comment.
Oh, I was just saying, when I hop off and start up stream, you don't need to come over immediately. If you do want to come over while I wait, I'm going to play the worst game I know of. My name is Mayonnaise. It's a mayonnaise clicker game.
Alright. And here is the Serbies one. Neat.
Wait, sis, I'm gonna hop off and clear up my head before I start, though, okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Hey, see you, sis.
Yep, see ya. Have any question? Oh, no. No. You're fine. I've just been procrastinating.
king size bed was an escape plan, was an open hand. Now it's a dog from hell, it's a genius cell, it's an epitaph.
Any tips on drawing on how to draw legs? Not at the moment. Sometimes I'll do little like advice things, but I haven't actually had the energy to do any of those recently. Honestly, chat, that's valid. Good song to dance to. Why is there still... Hey Blaze, how's it going? Doing good. Just done looking and uncovering some secrets for the new builds. Oh, nice. I'm just working on one last demo here before I wrap up for today. Maybe I'll return later. Maybe I'll work on some of them like in the library or something. I don't know. Oh yeah, I did want to test something before I do wrap up fully. I was looking back at my Monster Hunter footage and realized that it looked really blocky. So I've tried upping the bitrate on my stream. And I may stream a little bit of that game again just to see how it looks.
A computer is an educational device. It is in fact a direct reflection of your own imagination, your own intelligence. And once you are given the freedom in which to create things and to see the immediate response on the screen, then it becomes a very enjoyable experience. You go on to involve yourself in many other things.
It seems to be a very fantastic and hypnotic field. Once you start, you just can't stop. It's something you can't explain.
To the question of what is all this microcomputer and computer business going to do to our society? The case is that we are humans and we are much more adaptable to our environment than the computer is to its own.
If you look at society as simply the collective
More spam calls.
of millions of human beings who carry in themselves certain power and influence and emotion, and every time you turn the switch off of one of those persons, you've dampened the glow. It's the fundamental question of whether this society is going to find a way to make itself as rich and as powerful, and if you will, as beautiful as potentially it can be.
Cool, like adventures, you gotta beat people, and all this. It's sort of like an adventure, big adventure. It's fun.
Maybe I will go to work tonight. I took off so I could do a full dono stream, but I don't think I'm gonna manage a full dono stream. Headspace just isn't great.
Speaking of marketing, one of today's greatest marketing triumphs in It's a business which has tripled in size in just 3 years. Ron Endron went out in the field to bring us this special report.
All over the country, armies of young people are blasting away at invaders from outer space and paying for the privilege. I'll be looking at the electronic game craze, which has not only fascinated the nation, but which has created some interesting problems as well. Although it looked innocent enough, this machine turned out to have some unusual powers. It kept kids mesmerized for hours.
We are not a sentimental age. We don't want our parents trying to order ticker tape parades. We are not a sentimental age. We're all getting high on fire escapes. We are hooking up with strangers we will never see again. We are not a sentimental age. We are not a sentimental age.
Friendly reminder, you absolutely amazing. Sorry, message was interrupted by a fox. Ahem, you're all loved and appreciated. Your feelings are valid. You sweet beans are important, and you're all doing your best. I'm proud of you, and you should be too. Please make sure you all sip water, eat food, and relax with the valuable void. Have some peach cobbler with ice cream. You deserve it. Love you all. Thank you, Blaze.
Is a boulder of a debt we cannot pay. We are not a sentimental age. My diagnosis says I tend to disengage. I'd rather have my privacy, I'd rather have my space. These are just the pills I have to take. We are not a sentimental age. When I dream, we're all melting together, synchronized in a mass embrace. Beads of water folded together like an old
Blaze is a very kind of good bean. I gotta figure out something I can do for Blaze someday to make up, or to, give back for all that they've done. Just a little guy trying to spread positivity? Well, I'm a big boy trying to spread positivity. And I appreciate all that you do for us.
Kids are sad, the sky is blue, there are monsters in a spare bedroom. Kids grow up and move away, they close the plant, then the mall arcade. Kids are sad, their parents too, kids get high in the spare bedroom. We grow up and move away, see monsters stay. Kids are sad, the sky is blue, there are monsters in the spare bedroom. Kids grow up and move away, they close the plant, then the mall arcade. Kids are sad, their parents too, kids get high in the spare bedroom. We grow up and move away, the seasons pass but the monsters stay.
I'm hoping that once we find the new place to stay and I get these medical things done, I have less days where I'm just like no energy. This week's just unfortunately super busy. Thank you. I don't know. I worry that I'm not able to provide the types of streams that I like to provide.
In the dark, there are no strangers, there are no strangers at all. I was a lost boy when I met you. I was a lost boy, I was a lost boy. I was a lost boy when I met you. I was a lost boy, I was a lost boy. I was a lost, there are no strangers. I was a lost boy, I was a lost boy. I was a lost boy when I met you. I was a lost boy, I was a lost boy. I was a lost, there are no strangers.
Oh, Paulbot is barking now. But yeah, if I do a bit of Monster Hunter at the end, could I get you guys to tell me if the quality looks better? Appreciate it. If I do, it'll only be for like one fight. That'll give me something to kind of rest the mind from art before doing other stuff.
The big question about new nerd cereal is which side? Orange flavor. Get hold of the Nintendo Entertainment System.
Also, part of me just wants to play Monster Hunter again. I'm gonna be honest about that. It's something that's actually giving me a bit of energy.
Welcome to Blockbuster Video. Blockbuster Video.
Take 5, 6.
Is that grizzly bears are dangerous.
Try and stop me, tractor. Convert outlaw.
Vehicles each sold separately with 2 figures. Batteries not included.
Atari Games has brought you a constant stream of steady hits. Video games which have had the excitement and depth to keep players coming back again and again.
I should start a new puzzle game at some point. But I've been hesitant to, and I figured out why. I don't remember if I said it the other day when I figured it out, but it's basically, when I start a new puzzle game, I'm going to have to commit to that for a while. Because those typically, like, go on for a bit. Monster Hunter, I've been able to just kind of hop in and out of as I want. SnowRunner would probably be the same, being able to hop in and out, but I don't know, SnowRunner seems less what I'm in the mood for right now. Have any in mind so far? Wait, what did I say? Any what in mind? Oh, puzzle games? I did. I had one in mind that I was going to play next. What was it? I have a list of games that I could play. Where's my Trello page for it? No, I got logged out.
There's a song on the Sahara wind that lifts you to your feet again. The dance is on the clockwork stars that pulses through a beating heart.
Let's see. Oh, that's what it is. When I start doing a puzzle game again, I'll probably do the Talos 2 DLC. New tar? Yep, this is someone that's recently become a tar.
I made my home in a tin top bomb, and now I'm so happy with 28 years of free falling. Oh, but now it's all guts and I'm balling. And she was born in a tin.
Yes, that's the one with the robots, and I played someone named 1K. Who was born like the day, or I guess made like the day before everyone just thrust all the responsibility onto them.
Like the dancer with bruises who gathers her cash when the music is through. No, she don't look back. I've come to look for America too. All I ever wanted was a spot in the mountains.
I will say though that soon Satisfactory gets its 1.0 update. I probably won't be streaming that, but I will. Happy birthday, go do puzzles. I was like, everyone treated 1K like he had all the answers. Apparently I have Mist, which I could play. I have two different versions of Mist. I have Mist and then Mist Masterpiece Edition. Surprisingly, the Mist is a bigger, or it requires more space than Mist Masterpiece Edition.
Like the dancer with bruises who gathers her cash when the music is through. No, she don't look back. I've come to look for America too. Then we stole the car on the 4th of July. I pawned my guitar and we drove through the night. I've come
Wait, what?
for America too.
Oh, this is a remake of it. Oh, okay, this one was released in 2021. Apparently, it inspired one game you played called The Witness. We also played The Witness on stream. That one was fun. Got a little tedious towards the end, but it was fun. Wait, hold on. I have Mist. I have Mist Masterpiece Edition, and then there's also apparently Real Mist Masterpiece Edition in my library. I'm pretty sure I got all of these from like a Humble Bundle or something. This one was in 2014. All of them have positive reviews. I don't know which one I should play. Probably the one that's as close to the original as possible. The Mist Masterpiece Edition, Real Mist Masterpiece Edition, Mist 3, Mist 4, Mist 5, no, Mist 2. Apparently I've skipped on the second one. Consider. The newest one is also VR compatible. I could try to be silly and put the dragon into the VR version. I'm actually curious if that works. Hold on. I need to do another Beat Saber stream at some point. No, doesn't actually support the thing that lets me put my model into it. VR Mist have your interest. I worry because like watching VR only from the perspective of the player can be really rough because it's really shaky and whatnot. When I do VR, I prefer to have like the split view kind of thing. Like when I did the Beat Saber one. Am I able to go find one of those? That way I can get my stream copyright struck. I guess that would be on YouTube, wouldn't it? Here it is. Yeah, so where I could like put my model into the game like this. I can't play the audio, but I haven't played Beat Saber in a while. I really need to do that again. I've been afraid to with how until I know what's going on with my back more properly. What game is it? It's called Beat Saber. It's like I don't know, good, almost. It's a Guitar Hero style game where you just slice the blocks to the music. Actually, do I have the Rainbow Road one? Because that's Twitch safe. It doesn't look like it. Darn. Looks fun. It is fun. I want to see if I can find actually probably was earlier in then. Cool, I actually found a song that should be Twitch safe. Just pulled from a previous VR stream. Where my microphone quality probably wasn't great, but ADHD going burr. I don't know how the volume is going to be on this. Fixed note version. One difficulty. But I can actually show this one with sound. Have seen any movies with Doctor Strange in them? I have. But yeah, that's Beat Saber. You want to play it someday? If you ever get the chance to, it's definitely one of, like, I would definitely put it as one of the best VR games. Nah, heck, now I want to play... Now I want to play Beat Saber. Do I Monster Hunter, or do I Beat Saber? I cannot Beat Saber until after I know what's going on with my back. So I guess I'll do Monster Hunter. Unfortunately. Why is Paulbot possessed by Flo? Because Paulbot is playing along with when people tell Flo to bark. I'm out of drink. I'll be right back. And then when I get back, I suppose I'll do some Monster Hunter, because honestly, if my energy is still up for it, I might do more after Monster Hunter, like more or after Monster Hunter. We'll see. Maybe that'll help. Yes, we forgot to turn music back on. Thank you, Nas, for the donation. I appreciate it. If I going to do game, I need to be on this screen. I'll wait for the game to boot up. But no, seriously, thank you so much. I need to update the category and pray that nobody causes it to break well. There we go. Done there. So update that. Resolution seems pretty good. All right. Well, it's when it will come to the actual fighting that we'll see how it goes, because that's when the bitrate will really come into play. Let's go have some fun. And by fun, I mean we're going to fight someone that is a bit of a pain.
You've been tasked with investigating the new subspecies. I look forward to working with you, temporary partner.
Oh! How's your gear holding up?
Let's see, we need a charm. We need a sleep charm. And we upgrade the sleep charm. No, not yet. I'm gonna get confused by that thing doing that every single time. Anything to work with there? The pet one there. Do I have any that affect sharpness? Do I have 2 different pep jewels? Okay. Oh, apparently I did. Hi, Jesse. Hi, Iki. Okay, so yeah. Oh, game, don't lag that hard, please. This can only be encouraging. Oof. Oh. Alright, let me pull up to see how my computer is actually doing. Because that was a, yeah, CPU's at 100% usage. I'll have to mess with things. So... Oh, is it as stuttery for you guys as it looks to be on the screen down there? Yes. I changed the bitrate while it's going. There, I dropped the bitrate down. That's still 100% CPU usage. Interesting. So I'm gonna have to go through and my settings then. That's what that's telling me. It's still so stuttery though. Even though I switched it back to how it used to be. Just want to play a little bit of my voice supposed... No, my voice not supposed to be stuttering. That did not do well for my computer. Computer didn't like that. Darn it. Is my voice better now at least? What even do I have up next? I was hoping to use that to get myself some energy again. No longer sound like I'm speaking through a sparking mic. Wonderful. Thank you for coming, Zafri. I do think I'm going to wrap up stream. We've been going for like 5.5 hours. That's so pretty chunk of time. Yeah, we're going to go raid out because I need some rest. Tomorrow, tomorrow we'll be doing the next couple of donos. Then my brain stopped. Oh, darn it. I was just about to raid someone, but they switched over to their stream ending screen. We'll go raid Naoma. Thank you everyone for joining today. Tomorrow is gonna be a shorter stream than a normal Wednesday. Because I'll have my injection I gotta do. But we will be continuing on Donation Doodles. I'm not sure how things will go on Thursday. But please make sure you do some self-care as well. Make sure you get food, rest, and all that fun stuff. I might show up on Flo's stream later. Over at Flo Muffin. But I'm not sure yet. I'm a little disappointed in my computer at that attempt at streaming there. Or at the attempt of playing the game there. Considering that I played it fine the other day. Fine's an over exaggeration, but it was playable the other day. So yeah, just thank you all. Have a wonderful rest of your day, alright?